Enter mode. Level 3.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to. 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 Hello, everybody, and welcome to.
Technical difficulties, you guys. The
Technical
audio's fucked.
difficulties, you guys.
The
Technical
audio's fucked.
difficulties, you
It's
guys.
it's
Yes.
it's it's going
Yeah.
over and over and over. It's going
Yeah.
over.
Mics are messed
Oh
up at the
no.
moment. Oh no.
Oh
Brief
dear.
pause.
I fixed it. I don't. Two things got switched over. I don't know what happened. Two windows literally got switched, and I'm confused. There, I fixed the windows. Sorry about that. I got it. We're fixing it. We can't have a Run the Flood episode without technical difficulties at the very beginning, because I'm a professional and I super know what I'm doing.
I'm sorry, I got gremlins. These things just happen.
There we go. We got Days Gremlins going on. All right. So when we last left off, our runners had been through a lot, dealing with blood spirits and nut stuff, and Augie's dead, and a lot of stuff has occurred. But it's all boiled down to now. They have ended up in the snake pit, sheer moments away from meeting with Morningstar's biological mother, a woman named Lynn, more commonly on the street known as Jormungandr, a very, very dangerous criminal mastermind and boss of the Loki Sun Mafia. Let me fit this mood. Now, you all are stood in this area with the stone pathway, the large chair in the back that's massive and wide and deep, and then the koi pond and the sunken in lounge areas. Lotus has just headed off to go bring you some drinks that she had offered. And as you were standing there, you watched as the curtain at the very back of the room that seemingly is hiding Jormungandr, as that is a place that Lotus had gone to talk to somebody. The curtain moves, and a very, very small and skinny hand reaches out and grips the curtain and pulls it aside just ever so slightly. And it's not enough to fully see the individual, but you can see what looks like some kind of navy blue sweater on a very pale woman. You only see about half of her face. She's very long, dark hair that's trailing down. It's a lot of dark, but her face is so pale, it's shining out of this darkened area. And she opens up just enough to look at you, and she catches eyes with Morningstar. And Morningstar, you are very aware of staring into a set of blue eyes that mirrors one of your own. And upon seeing you all, she has a moment and quickly lets the curtain go and sort of pulls herself behind it as again. And you all have just a moment to have a small conversation before Lotus would make her way back.
So is she in the room? Like fully in the room?
No. She had basically, from where she was in this back area, pulled the curtain. You locked eyes for a moment, and she almost kind of flinched back and let the curtain fall and shut, re-shutting her into this back room. So you're now technically
okay.
alone.
Yeah. I think the look on Morningstar's face is one of rage, and I think mentally imagined slapping this woman, just out of that anger, that built up anger that she has. which would sort of coincide with them locking eyes and the sort of flinch back into the darkness again. Then Morningstar would just shake her head as if to like clear her thoughts. And she would look to the group and say, I have imagined for years what to say to her. And now that I see her, it is like not a single question comes to mind. I don't know if I can do this.
Mojave gives your hand a squeeze.
Morningstar's like shoulders just are very, very much dropped. You know, there's something odd about this. It's irony, I guess. She was built up in my head as someone. And now I see her and she is just dying and weak. She cannot do anything for me now. What answer she can give us will only be about that doctor. I imagine that is the most information I can get from her. But my mother is not there. Does that make sense?
Well, get what you want and we'll leave.
Morningstar will nod and then if there's like a sort of seating area that she could place her body.
Yes,
she
there
will
are
do so.
two, basically they're sunken in lounges that have like windows to the koi pond.
Yeah, she will sit there, cross her legs, and her face goes into just like a deep contemplation, while her stare is just middle distance. She's not really registering anything else in the room anymore.
Yeah, Mojave does not have the necessary life experience to know what to say here, but he's just right there beside her, just giving that hand a squeeze, being there.
Yeah, she'll squeeze back.
You you got this, Scales. It might be difficult, but this is something that it'll prevent regret. You'll be happy.
One way or the other, we're right behind you.
Thank you.
As you all sit in the lounge, Lotus comes back with drinks, passes them out very quickly and quietly. She seems rather reserved, and as she looks over all of your faces, she kind of looks at Morningstar, and her almost kind of calm, collected expression, like she really wasn't letting too much real emotion out. There is a moment it does drop for a second where you see the littlest bit of some kind of sadness. It's not, you can't pin it down to any one thing. It could be a lot. It could be pity, maybe empathy, just something, but it makes her sad for just a moment to look at you. And then she stands up, and you can see that on the tray she'd used to bring out your glasses, there is a glass of water and a very large, like the little plastic ramekins, basically, that psych wards, or I love how I went to a psych ward, but doctors have to put medicine in. And it's full of like 4 or 5 pills. And next to that is what looks like some kind of small potion. And I will allow Mojave to... you have... Oh, is it called alchemy? That is your skill to use for preparations?
Yes.
Would you roll that, but with your intelligence? And limit it by your mental?
Is that just clicking the alchemy button? I hope. Nope, that's limited by social. How do I set up that? How do I click them?
With the skill, you basically just look at that skill. It'll say there'll be 2 drop downs. It'll have what skill's being used to roll it, and then what its limiter is. And then you can change it back after this.
I see it. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You will immediately recognize this thing that's on here. It's not just any liquid. You can feel it just innately in your knowledge of, well, even your weird alchemy. You have knowledge of real alchemy. This is some kind of preparation, something magical. And you can see it glowing in the astral.
Okay.
And I'll even give, you know it's similar to your health potions.
Okay.
And she rises and she walks away, and as she's walking away, without turning around, she just says, she'll be out in just a minute. And then she quickly walks behind the curtain, and I don't know, maybe a couple seconds, she comes back out, pulls the curtain completely aside, and you now see all of this woman. In the darkness where you can't see, she has to kind of step up steps to get to this stone platform. You can't see a lot of her body, but you see the sweater, her very long dark hair, very pallid face. And you can see from the cheekbones up into her hairline, most of her shoulders, her hands, they have these deep black scales on them that as she moves under the light, they glisten. And as she finally comes up onto this platform, you can tell that standing up, she's almost as tall as T, if not his exact height. And the more she moves, you realize that she's not standing, she is up on a snake's body. The bottom half of her is entirely serpentine, and it is long. As she moves in to sit in her chair, you realize its width and depth are because she coils a massive, almost 20-foot long tail completely around. Her movements are almost completely inhuman from her waist down as she moves her way to sit down. And she looks skinny. And Morningstar, upon seeing her completely, you are very aware that your mother did not look like this before. She was never this pale. She never looked this skinny, and even her snake parts are sunken in a little bit. Like you can see the spine along the snake's back. And she wraps up and sits and just looks out at all of you, and specifically looks at Morningstar. Welcome. I welcome you to the snake pit. How can I help you?
I think for like a good solid 30 seconds, Morningstar says nothing and is just looking over her. Even the snake parts of her body, and seeing how they're sunken in and the skin is essentially like clinging to rib, and just because it's one thing to see in a medical file that your parent is dying, it's another to see them dying. And she lets go of Mojave's hand, and she stands up and walks up to her mother's chair. Till essentially she can't get any closer. And is looking at her in the face. The expression is one of... calculation sounds almost like sinister, but it's more so in the sense that she's looking at her, which features of yours are on me, like trying to man, I don't know what the words are. How do you English? But she's trying to just assess this woman and like, you really are my mother, which is a lot to take in. And then when she finally speaks, she says, "Up until now, I did not think you were real."
I can understand that. I knew eventually you'd come to see me.
And if I hadn't?
I don't know. I thought maybe it would be better if you didn't. To see me like this. I didn't even know if I would have enough time I didn't even know if I had enough time to make it to this day. The day I found you were here, I was in a bad place. After some things, I am better, but I thought.
By my estimate, you are still in a very bad place. And I don't think you're going to get better.
Not unless
It's
I
not
do
just-
things I don't want to. Oh no. Natural mother and child moment.
Sorry about that. You know that it is not just me that you left there.
I know. I had every intention of going back before. And she kind of looks down at her hands.
You had every intention of going back before what, you died? You didn't think you were going to make it this far. Do not lie to me. You had no intention of coming back.
And she
Because
she
if you
moves
would have.
very quickly as you're like, you say that, you're barely able to get it out. She's forces herself out of the chair with her arms, moving her snake body. Like she's angry that you've even said that. Of course she would come after her kids. You can see that rage on her face. But as her front body touches down, it's like none of the muscles in the snake can hold her up. And she crashes to the ground. And Lotus is immediately...
I'm gonna catch her.
Oh, you're gonna run up
I'm
and
gonna catch her.
Okay.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can catch
Because
her.
I'm already on the stairs that lead to her chair, so I catch her.
All right. You're able to catch her before Lotus can reach her. And she's lighter than you would have expected for how, I mean, you're not holding up all of her
Large
body,
she is.
but
Yeah. You couldn't have come for us even if you wanted to. I help her back into her chair.
she,
My assumption... Oh, go ahead.
as you're helping her, she just seems almost a little reluctant to let go of you as she's sitting back down. But she does. It's like almost like she comes back to herself and she does let you go, but there's a lingeringness, like a linger there.
I don't necessarily step back far. I think I stay sort of close. And I say to her, I thought I would feel different meeting you. But I find that I am aware of this. I needed my mom then, not now. What I need now is Jormungandr, the person who can get me information, get me what I need so I can get my siblings out. Are you capable of doing that?
She looks you in the eyes, and her eyes, they get bleary, like she's on the verge of crying. But she leans back completely and sort of just covers her face for a moment. And you watch something you also have done before, where you were able to kind of collect yourself, but in collecting yourself, you force yourself to go stone-faced. You completely cut it off. It's not your 1,000-yard stare, but it is damn close. Like someone who's had it long enough that they almost are very aware how to push through it and function through it. And she steels herself. You're right. What do you need from me?
For the others, when she was saying out loud that I don't need my mom, I need Jormungandr, her hands were kind of behind her back, or like, behind her leg basically, and you would see that there's like a little trickle of blood that leaves her palms because she's actually balling up her fist so tight that her nails are cutting into her skin. So that in a way that the others would be aware that she's kind of lying in this moment, kind of putting up a face, because she's really hurt by all of it. But she says, I need to know what you know about Bloody Mary.
There is a moment where you can almost watch as that stone mask cracks. And there is just fire and anger at just the name. And quickly, you watch Lotus come over and grab Jormungandr's shoulder in a comforting way, not a way of like stopping her or anything. And Jormungandr reaches up a hand, touches Lotus's, and you see the calm return to her. Though it's a little broken. The mask isn't whole yet. This set her off. She is a vindictive individual. Vicious. On the surface, she's technically a botanist for S technology. But that's only what the public sees. She's actually one of their strongest mages. A blood mage, specifically. Though of course that's not possible. That's not legal.
When has legality ever stopped a megacorp?
Never. You're smart.
I have been rude.
And very
These
familiar
are-
with that corp in particular.
These are my friends. The man speaking now is Cloudburst, as we call him. And then she starts pointing out the group members. Jason, Mojave, T-103.
Mojave waves.
We have run into her and Dr. Richter. She had infected him with the same plague, different strand of what you are afflicted with. He is now with Frenzy. So, but I am certain you knew You knew that. The reason I bring her up is because we've had to deal with a certain blood spirit, Monononko. And she's watching her mother's expression to see if she knows anything about this, well, about Monononko, and if there's any just watching her face.
There's, with the mention of Richter, there's a moment of wistfulness in her face, like she's remembering something. And these are just moments, but you understand your own face, so you can read her snake face, you know what I mean? You can tell what her serpentine face is thinking. Well, maybe the others would have a much harder time. And the minute Mononongal's name comes up, there's just this disgusted look. Like the mere mention of the name makes her blood boil and just crawl. Not dissimilar to when you mentioned Bloody Mary.
Yeah. I have been warned away from looking into all of that further. But I still want the information. What can you tell me?
I can tell you that I did not know that Mononongal was a blood spirit before, I don't know, maybe 5 hours ago when my informant told me. I can tell you that Bloody Mary and her are very connected. I'm not certain if that connection is as cut and dry as many people would suspect. Magic is complicated. Spirits are complicated. She has a moment where she actually looks at you as like she's talking about the magic. It pauses in her brain. She like focuses and just is. You did not take the Naga magic. It skipped you.
Well, it skipped me, but I have other abilities that are also not legal.
That's what Marisol meant. That's what she meant. I should ask her forgiveness. I should not have gotten so angry with her.
When you say, okay, when she says Marisol,
Yes.
is that 404? The reason why I ask is because there's a Spanish word for butterfly, and I'm wondering if
You do not
they are
know.
connected to be a name.
You do not know 404's real name.
Okay.
But it is a Spanish name.
Okay.
And butterfly. Who knows?
Okay. I'll keep
But I
that shit
will
to myself,
say you
then.
do remember that around the time that 404 met you, one of the second times you saw her, she did have something on her arm covering a wound and said she got in a fight with someone, and it was implied that it was Jormungandr.
She's on my shit list too, but you should talk to her. Regardless, there is one more thing I'd like to know before I ask my colleagues if they'd like to ask you anything.
Ask away.
What can you tell me about my grandfather?
That is a moment where it is not a break, it is a shatter of the mask. And Jormungandr is scared. She's shaking.
I am looking her dead in the eyes. In fact, like as she's going through what is likely a panic attack, I get closer and I am as I get closer to her face, the mismatched one gold eye and one blue eye almost glow in intensity because this is something I like an answer in which I am not leaving till I get, you know.
Oh yeah. As she sort of is shaking and getting scared, you watch as Lotus again puts her hands upon like Jormungandr's shoulders and grabs her hand, squeezing it, trying to get her to come back, kind of thing. Jormungandr shakes her head. Your grandfather is. You know, he is a full-blooded Naga. He is much different than us. Naga are fully intelligent. They are sapient creatures, but their morality is different. And my father is amoral even by their standards. He is a cold and cruel man. He was only ever focused about his research, his magic, and technology, and the mixture of those things. He is not your grandfather. He is your creator. He does not deserve a familial title from either of us.
Then you won't mind if I kill him. This is not posed as a question. This is a statement.
Oh yeah.
And there's nothing on her face that reads like there's any doubt in her mind that she will do this. You know, like it is with certainty.
And Jormungandr kind of just leans back in her chair. She seems to be getting back control of herself, and there is a small smile when you say that. And she calmly is just almost more to herself than you, but it is audible. I'm glad. He does not deserve to be in the land of the living. And I'm sure there are many on the other side who would be happy to drag him home.
I wanted to blame you. I wanted to make it all your fault. But you are suffering too. I managed to escape because it became clear his intention was to replace you with me. And I would not stand for it. And I will get the others out. Hopefully you can cling on to life long enough to see them as well. With that, she steps back down the stairs.
Wait. May I ask a question?
Ask.
And there is a really deep sadness in her eyes as she looks at you. As she doesn't seem to want to ask this question, but it's almost like she's forcing it out because she knows she needs to. How many of them are left?
ST, I have two numbers warring in my head right now. Is it 7 or 4?
Four.
'Cause
Four
I know there
are
was,
alive.
4 are alive, because I know there was more, but that
Yeah,
quite a few of them had
seven
died.
were technically classified as viable and lived, but 3 of those died. Actually, while your mother was still there.
Okay.
So there are 4 living, and that includes you.
Okay. There's only 4 of us left. The rest did not make it.
And at the very least, I have not lost any more.
It's been some time since I was last at the lab. Who knows if the rest of them are still alive? But I'll find out.
Some would call me a fool, but I will hold hope until it is confirmed or not. But thank you for answering me.
Morningstar doesn't say anything because she doesn't trust her mouth right now. So she looks to her friends, and so she has her back to her mother. And it's only then that you guys see the briefest break in her expression. And you can see the watery eyes, and you can see the clenching of the jaw. That she's this close to breaking. But then, as if shedding skin, her face goes back to being blank. And she looks to you and says, "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask." And she will step down so that she is sort of standing amongst them.
Is anybody else going to approach Jormungandr and ask a question?
Claudio kind of just to sit there and just says, if I start asking, I might not stop.
Mojave says nothing, but when Scales does come back down to stand amongst the rest of us, there is the immediate just pat on the shoulder.
He's still by the door, and when it seems like that's all, he steps away from the wall, kind of more closer toward the curtain.
But I guess Claudia would ask, does she know anything else on Bloody Mary?
I answered for mostly free from my blood. But you, I will ask a question first if you want that answer.
Ask away.
Are you Aztec?
He will nod his head. Used to be, anyway.
I can see the Etzland in you. In your face. Your magic is colored by it. But you're not tainted, which is good. You kept your pride. She did not do so. She wanted nothing but power. I met her many times, and I was forced to witness what she could do. She is very good at creating monstrosities. She has a specialty to them. She needs something to start with. At one point, she used one of my unborn. She has used people. Their faces mar the creatures. She has used animals. She has used other spirits before. She's made some kind of deal where she can break rules.
Wow. With what?
You need to ask the spirit she follows and works with.
Manananggal.
3 spirits can do things that we don't understand. We mages cannot equal them. And they can do things to us. They can break us. If I can give any other specifics, I know for a fact she left the city 3 days ago.
How long ago? 3 days.
I don't think she'll be gone for long. I think she went to Vegas more than likely. She has a residence there. She checks up on something, but my sources don't know what. She's smart.
My eyes go to Mojave. Instantly, I'm like,
So does Cloudy's.
Mojave's face remains impassive, but he's definitely listening.
There is one other thing I'll give you as a nicety. It's not used anymore. It's abandoned. So I don't think my friends will be upset if you go. Out in the desert, where there are the pools that create the surges, there is a facility. It was destroyed, shattered, by something that surged inside it. But she ran that. Purely Aztec. If you want some special information, you should go there. Be careful though. It is still active. Just not with people.
Alright.
Out of her bag, Morningstar fishes around for a moment, and she pulls out a ribbon. It is this, like, tied in a bow, essentially, like a... what would you be wrapped around, like a hair tie type of thing. And she walks back up, and she gives it to her. It was the bow of one of her siblings that she took with her before she left. So she gives that to Jormungandr and says, "Don't die. Not yet." And then she will turn her back and she will leave.
Since you turn your back, I will say that everyone else who might be still looking at Jormungandr stares at the bow for a little while, and while Morningstar's back is turned, you can watch as Jormungandr takes the bow, kind of grips it a little tighter, and just pulls it toward her chest. And she just sort of breathes very hard is the best way to put it. Like she's just trying to breathe.
Yeah, I walk through the curtains and I leave. And it's only when I get in the car that I fully break down and cry. Just like coiled in on herself, just sobbing.
Yeah, Mojave hesitates just a moment before following, as though he wants to ask something, but then he shakes his head as though thinking better of it and follows after Scales.
Jason will follow Scales too.
Yep, same.
Can you all give me... Who is the last person leaving Jormungandr? Like, leaving the curtain?
T tends to bring up the rear, but if someone else wants to linger behind more, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Mojave was hesitating. He's definitely hesitating.
Cloudy did have one last little question. I did
Cloudy
have
has
one
one
last
last question.
questions?
Yep.
Yeah.
Specifically, how did you get out?
How did I get out? I upset Sandra, Bloody Mary. I upset her by telling her where my youngest son had come from. She has a very bad temper. That facility was destroyed by something she caused. She did something very bad at the facility I was at. It destroyed the power. With the power gone, so are the hydroelectric generators. I'm a very good swimmer.
Thank you.
One last thing. Well, two, technically. One, payment for that little tidbit of information. What is your name? Your real name?
Are there other people, or did the rest kind of stay around for this?
I'm gone.
Yeah, I think everyone left. Cloudy basically just hung behind. And the only other person in this room other than Jormungandr is Lotus.
Hold on. Because I think I had that on the original sheet, and I don't see it on the one that got ported over. Hold on. Where is... Because I made this character 2 months ago, and I don't remember his own freaking original name.
It's okay, no one ever uses their real names.
No. Let's see. Right. Miguel Hernandez.
She smiles. Thank you. A second thing. Lotus. And Lotus walks forward, and from like out of her dress, you know, like the front of her dress, she pulls a card. And it is navy blue, very shimmery, has like, you know, a stylized snake eye on it, and she passes it to Cloudy. If you have any other questions, or if you want a job, you can use this number. It's to me.
He will take the card and look at it, and pocket it, and enter it into his comlink later.
And as you're leaving, there's also that last, oh, and be careful. The minute I have your number, you can get a lot of jobs. And you might actually be asked to do things that you can't say no to. Names have power. Have a nice time. And you can go, and as you're going, you do get to hear one little tidbit of information right as you're leaving the curtain. You just hear Jormungandr. Lotus, stop. What? It's useful.
Alright. 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 But off and away he goes.
And now everyone is now in the car.
Yeah. Morningstar's full breakdown. It's fine.
Yeah, and Jay would kind of talk to people to the group through their earpieces. Man, that was like pretty heavy and serious. I wonder if we could have a look into like finding a cure for that. Do you think Frenzy or who is it? It's Frenzy and Torpor. Do you think like Frenzy and Torpor might need some help finding a cure?
Mojave just sort of, like, while actively, like, rubbing Scales back in that sort of comforting way, offering the water bottle, just sort of looks at Jason like the I cannot believe you just said that.
Morningstar wipes at their face. Excuse me. And says, I'm sure they are always looking for a cure, but what she has is different from what they have. It is similar disease, but different. If there was a cure, she would be able to get it.
They're working on it, though. That's like the whole point of what Frenzy was doing. He's working on it.
If only we could like shake down Menanim and Gaul, get the cure out of her. We'll boil her down and get the cure.
You think she has?
Well, I mean,
Well,
I
I'm not
don't
even
know if
here
she
at
has
this
a
point,
cure.
or was I still questioning?
But
You
like
might walk
Jormungandr?
in a little bit later in this conversation, honestly.
Gotcha.
It's a blood disease, and that's a blood spirit.
You know, you got a point.
She did say that Bloody Mary has a special effect against other mages. From what I gather, my mother's abilities are that of a mage. Although I don't know specifics on how Naga magic works, but perhaps
No,
that
we'll
is
say,
what makes
I
her most susceptible.
bet if we could somehow get powdered Mananangal, she'd make a real great reagent.
Please walk in right at
We
that point,
have-
Cloudy.
We've been
Are you
warned away from dealing with Mananangol.
You can't powder spirits. What?
Well,
Have you ever
clearly
tried,
something can be
Cloudy?
done. Something can be done
They're
with the spirits
not
of Bloody Mary
of
makes
the
monstrosities out of
Physical.
them.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, we got that other blood spirit thingy. You put a leech in my neck, and I got some powder out of that thing. So weird things have happened.
If it spawns other physical things, it's not okay.
Look, the way that I see it is this. Even if there was a cure, I don't think that she would take it. Her dying would be like serving penance for abandoning her children. I had half a mind to come at her harder, but I didn't. The reality is that if she wanted to come for us, she had resources to send someone after us, but she didn't, for a reason, whatever that reason may be. She's a part of an entire mafia, a gang. She is one of the heads where people fear her enough to not mess with her, despite her dying. She could have, but she didn't. It doesn't matter now anyway. We got a place that we can go to do more research, to discover more. And that is what matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing where you get some questions answered and then the answers just give you a lot more questions.
Yes, like a lab that was controlled by Bloody Mary in Las Vegas, and she seems to have, what was it, 3 days ago? Went back to Las Vegas?
Is this lab was in Vegas or in the desert?
Well, in the desert, actually, but...
Researching them pool thingies.
Yes, which I find incredibly interesting given what you've told us about yourself, Mojave.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
3
Which
days
means...
ago.
Remember I said about that bit about laying low? You might have more than one target on your back.
Oh, I knew that already. This is... How many more can one guy stack?
Where were we 3 days ago? What were we doing?
Was we still...
Time-wise,
You were still
prepping for...
you were still in the prep phase for Augie, honestly. Like Augie died.
Yeah, I'm
like I think the other night.
Yeah, no, what I'm wondering is if 3 days ago was that when we saw, well, when Mananangal saw Mojave for the first time. Was that 3 days ago?
I think it was a couple days before that?
That's why I'm trying to clarify.
I don't like that thought.
Yeah, but I figure I ask.
Mananangal probably saw him before the 3 days. But that also means that Mananangal definitely saw him like before that lady left LA.
Right. And went to Las Vegas. And I'm assuming the desert is in Nevada. that this research lab is at.
It's
my
it's
understanding
Mojave.
the
It's the
timeline
Mojave
correctly.
Desert, so it connects between California and Nevada. You got to run right through it.
Yeah. I think that is what Morningstar shares. That potential connection there. You saw Mananangal, and then Bloody Mary disappears to Las Vegas to check up on something. That desert, you have to drive through it to get to Vegas.
Mojave definitely looks troubled.
Not only does Bloody Mary have a lot of power given her mage abilities, but she clearly has a lot of freedom law-wise. No one is checking up on what she is doing.
Of course not.
Or who she has connections with.
You're pretty good at finding stuff out, Scales. I don't know if I don't know if it'd lead to anything, but maybe. See what you can find. Doc, Adelaide, Hugo?
I will look it up.
Just in case.
I'm gonna do the thing to look up this name. Would it be best to use local rumors for this?
It's better to do matrix search.
Or matrix search? Okay.
It's computer.
Yes. Computer. Okay, I will check. What did I get? I got a 3.
Actually, no, that's not that bad. You get on couple things. First things first, the most recent, an obituary for one Adelaide Hugo.
Okay.
Very simply, a very quick obituary. Like, this is one of those ones that's written by the city, not by a family member, kind of thing. And it's
okay.
just
Okay.
Adelaide Hugo was found in her home, located in the location in the Mojave Desert. It's not too far out of civilization. It's pretty decently close, but it's technically in the desert. And the other things you get after, like lower than that, are a big headline of local doctor's medical license revoked after catastrophe with blood disease.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you can see something very interesting in the photo that's shown. It's got mugshots. 2 of them, actually. One of them is not dissimilar from the Adelaide Hugo obituary, and the other one is a much more lively, alive-looking version of Torpor. And this is where you find the name. Let me grab that real quick. But, oh my god. Why can I not read my own writing?
Happens to me all the time.
Oh, hold on, I have to change the name because I picked a name by accident. It's the same as the player.
No worries.
Dear.
We're gonna go with Michael. Michael Serrano. Dr. Michael Serrano.
Doctor. Okay. So the 2 mugshots are of Adelaide and Michael Serrano, but he looks like Torpor.
Yeah. So there's Adelaide Hugo and Michael Serrano, and yes, Michael Serrano appears to be Torpor. Michael Serrano is an elf and has all the hallmarks, just like Torpor was.
So as I'm looking at this picture, okay, are we talking like looks like is Torpor or looks like a twin?
It's Torpor.
Or a triplet, rather. It's Torpor. Okay, understood.
It's definitely Torpor.
Understood. Wow, 404, you're fucking kids, bro. Okay, no, it's fine. Might throw hands with 404. So cool. I think. Oh man, is there? So real quick, just circling back in the obituary, does it say how she died? Because you did say found in her home, but was it shared how she died?
The death of Adelaide Hugo is stated to be natural causes, but she died at the age of 42.
Yeah, no. Not buying it. Sus. Cool. That's hella sus, bro. And the obituary is when? Like, dated when?
Mojave, when did you come into the city? What was it like?
Amazing. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah. What was it, like, maybe a year ago?
Maybe a year came into the city. Yeah, about a year ago.
Amazing. Fantastic. I love when the sus thing gets even more sus. Okay. Cool. So, Morningstar does a, quick search. You kind of see that sort of far away look as she's searching the webs, and then proceeds to share. Adelaide Hugo is dead. About a year now. At 42, she was found in her home near the edge of the Mojave Desert. It's interesting here, she seems to have got her license revoked. there was a catastrophe at, I suppose, her lab where she was working on the blood plague. And then it's in this moment that she sees the mugshots and goes, which she apparently was working on with Torpor, whose real name is Michael Serrano. Mojave, this wouldn't happen to be the doctor that taught you how to be a doctor, would it?
He's, fidgeting with the brim of his hat as he nods.
And you came into the city when?
About a year ago.
Right.
Yeah.
She was alive when you left her?
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
It's okay. There's just some children passing outside the car, you know.
A child
It's,
whining
an
because
out on the
they're not
radio.
allowed to play their video games right now.
Oh, dear.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Was she alive when you last left her?
Mojave shakes his head. No.
You already knew she was dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I stayed with her till I, you know, wandered in.
You don't know how she died, though?
Storyteller, do I have any extra information on that?
From what you remember,
Because if I ever, it's not in my notes.
it's fine. I got you right here. Doc Hugo, one day you came home, and Doc Hugo basically, like normal, basically just gave you, kind of, that it was a normal day, and then she took a nap, and she didn't wake up. And with Doc Hugo gone, you realized you needed to leave, as there was nothing else to keep you there.
Yep.
So far as you're aware, Doc Hugo was fine, went to sleep, didn't wake up.
And, is that my opinion as somebody with medical training?
As somebody with medical training,
Haphazard
no.
though it may be, because I definitely would have looked at her.
Yeah, no. Her body clearly had... You didn't have a lab. You couldn't do proper blood testing. But her eyes were strangely sunken in. Parts of her nails were off. It had all the hallmarks that this was not a natural death.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you do get the feeling that she knew she was gonna die. Because, like, before she went to take her nap is when she showed you her gun. And basically said, hey, if anything ever happens, take this stuff with you. I'm leaving it to you, kid.
Okay. Yeah, Mojave's just quiet for a moment, and then, well, she went to sleep. She wasn't surprised. Didn't come as a surprise. Don't really know what the matter was, but I don't know a lot of things.
No, but we know someone who would know.
Yeah, maybe.
How long till curfew? We may need to pay Torpor a visit.
I'm gonna give it, it's like... maybe 8 o'clock.
Oh, so we got time.
You guys literally waited till right about sunset and went straight to Jormungandr. And with the drive, the wait, and the conversation, and then getting back in the car, it's maybe been an hour and a half to 2 hours. At most.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. If you guys would not mind, Jason, because you are driving, do you mind us going to Torpors?
Oh no, man, we can go there. That's fine.
And then I
Jason.
think, depending on the information that Torpor gives us, perhaps we go on a road trip to the desert.
Oh yeah, road trip.
We had a job tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. I am so sorry. There's been a lot going on that I completely forgot about job. Okay, road trip after job. After we get money and whatnot for doing the job.
Oh yeah,
Then
we
we
need
go on
money
the
for
road trip.
vacation for sure.
Yeah. Storyteller.
Yeah.
In the background, as we head to Torpors, I would like to be doing a search on, not Mojave, but Ollie's brother and the daughter that's still alive. I want to see, like, if there's any activity coming from the brother. You know how, like, most gangsters, they have, like, a face that they put out for people. Like, he's a pillar of the community, and his daughter is XYZ in the schools and whatnot. So, like, I just want to see if I could find that kind of stuff while we're driving, and I don't tell anybody about these things.
Is Oscar Falcone still out there doing stuff?
Right.
Sure. If you want to do a matrix search on that for, surface
Yes.
level stuff, go do me computer.
Wonderful. I want to do this because we will be very close to Las Vegas. So, it's a 6. I apparently really want to find this information out.
So as you're doing your searching, immediately, a Vegas e-magazine pops up with a person on the front cover who is, it's definitely Oscar Falcone, as he is looking like Mojave, though a little more built. This is a Time magazine type kind of thing, maybe a little more specific to Nevada.
Gotcha.
But
I see.
it's he is a eligible bachelor. He is a local philanthropist, patron of the arts kind of scenario.
I see.
His daughter is basically in a lot of his media as his eligible bachelor status is that he's a good dad and he takes care of his kids and all this stuff. And there's a couple tabloids going, "Oh, Oscar Falcone cited with this celebrity who has a Vegas residency or something."
Right. Okay.
And you're going through, you're getting some, broad stuff, and then you see a headline.
Uh-huh.
Falcone and Tulip. The new bio garden going up at Caesar's Palace. And when reading it, the reason it's called Falcone and Tulip is it is Mr. Falcone, Oscar Falcone, and someone with sort of like a quotation around it, Ms. Tulip. Ms. Tulip, and it's something that it's in my notes, it's just in case everyone forgot, is the most broadly accepted nickname of Sandra Richter, i.e. Bloody Mary, where she is a botanist. Yep, she's right there shaking hands with Oscar Falcone, and it's all talking about how this new biodome is opening, and they're going to have this opening party, and about the date for that looks like it's about 3 weeks from now, and basically they're just having this big opening party.
Okay. So, as set for like a long-term project within those 3 weeks, you could count it as like a prep thing that Morningstar is doing. I am going to be essentially hacking whatever I need to hack in order to find out what those invitations look like and what would be necessary in order to make ones for us. Should we decide to just happen to appear on opening night, we've got an invitation that's like, Lydia Dawn plus 5 or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure that out. That's
We
my
will
long-term project.
We will allow that to be your new long-term project of a little bit of forgery going on.
Hey, yes. Yeah. Even if it's a matter of me like getting the information I need and then somehow making a connection with a very like well known and like has the backing that they are a good forger within the city, you know? So
Yeah.
just some long-term goals for for me.
All right, that is a long-term goal.
Yes. I will not present this information to the group until I am ready. I am currently not ready.
All right. We'll come back to that at another point in time. What is everyone else going to be doing this evening? While Morningstar is sat in the back, surfing the web, surfing the Matrix.
Jason is driving.
Did you all decide where Jason is driving?
I was going to Torpor, right?
Torpor.
Headed to Torpor's body shop.
Yeah.
So you all actually, since you've been there once, you all are given the secondary way in, which is very heavily guarded. But as you basically have, you know where it is. You're allowed in as you are you're known runners is the best way to put it. It is it's basically connected to the Diamond Stallion. It is around back, in a building that, from the outside, you would assume it's all the same building, but clearly part of this is a facade. Basically cheating it out to try to hide that there's a second thing in here. You go to the area, you're able to park easily. You are allowed in, and you walk in seeing the very open, open room that is closed off by many medical curtains, as it were. You are... you cannot hear anyone inside currently. Not easily audible. But, there is someone sat in the waiting room. It is an individual who's clearly either surged or some form of shifter, as they have animalistic features. There are ears and a little bit of fur to their face. He sort of sat there, and you can see that he has very poorly bandaged, but a cut along his face that has like something stuck on top of it. And he's also wearing, probably I should have mentioned this first. The only way to put it is a metallic satin jumpsuit with like hot pants. So like all leg is visible.
Mm-hmm.
This man went to a very interesting club. If he's been to a club, who knows? That's the best way to put what we're looking at.
Okay.
He will stay out with the car specifically, and they go inside.
Okay.
You were sat outside. Everyone else is headed in, or is Jason deciding to stay with T? Because you are in your rigger cocoon, so it's up to you if you want to get in and out of it.
Yeah, I guess for now, Jason will stay in the car. That way he can let T know if something's going on.
Yeah, I mean, you all have subvocal mics and electronics, so it is not impossible for you all to be communicating. We'll just say that, like, even though T and J can hear what's going on if you'd like, they cannot communicate with Torpor, basically.
Yeah. But they can pass over any questions, should they have any.
Yeah, Jason will send a little fly spy to kind of overwatch him, though.
Yeah. It climbs its way onto Mojave's hat and kind of hides itself in the little crevice on top.
Yeah.
Peeking over the brim.
Yeah, it's got a little GoPro.
So,
Little buggy GoPro.
so cute. Okay. Yeah.
All right, with that, you have the individual in the side. There is the reception desk type thing with the Torpor's lovely sign of we take, I believe it was, oh my lord, I wrote the damn sign and I can't remember. Funds, favors, and flesh.
Mm-hmm.
That is the payments that are taken here are funds with a D, favors and flesh.
Not fun.
Not fun. I mean,
Not
fun. Fun depending. I mean, if you can convince Torpor, he finds some weird shit fun.
Hey, there is still time.
There is a little ringy bell on the little desk bell on the reception desk.
Okay, yeah. I think I will tap it. Just a quick, like, bling bling.
You hit the little ring, and, like, the dude who was sitting in the chair is, like, looking at you guys, just, like, looks up, kind of going, oh, God. Like, he has that look on his face of, I'm gonna look on the ground, don't come near me, I'm scared.
Yeah, don't perceive me.
Do not perceive,
Mojave
I do not want to be
in-
here.
The Mojave is like body language somewhere between like vibin and anxious, that sort of energized. He just offers a little wave to this fellow.
A very awkwardly, like, almost as if just the sheer shock of someone waving at him makes him wave back like some human thing. He's like, oh shit, I mean, looking at the ground again.
Which of course does earn a smile.
You ring the bell, and shortly after, you hear what sounds like... The best way to put it is the sound of, like, rubber stretching. That kind of stretchy noise. And then someone going... And then just going...
I don't like that.
It's just, I told you not to fucking move. God damn, who the fuck is there? And, out from the curtain, like, slides back, and it's fucking Torpor. And behind him, you can see a gentleman. He is, like, on Torpor's surgery table. His arm is open. This gentleman has internal skin over actual, like, he has hidden cyberware, basically. So the false skin is pulled back, and the mechanics are open. But there is almost what looks like two separate tourniquets that are pulled around his upper shoulder and his arm, like, right above where it becomes cybernetic. You can see that there are bullet wounds in that section of the arm that's kind of cut off from everything. So he's performing some kind of damage, and he just sort of looks and goes, oh. Okay. It's you guys. Do you want to just get in line?
Nobody's hurt. We have questions for you.
Actually, since we're here, you know, if you need a hand, I got two to offer. They're staying attached to me, though.
Torpor Pit, like, pauses, looks at Mojave, looks at the dude in the side, goes, he just needs his bandage changed. He's just a wimp, if you want to handle that.
I can help.
And Torpor will, almost like in one swift motion, he kicks this metal weight that's connected to another curtain, knocks it back. And you see there's a second area that's... it's not the same chair he uses for surgeries, but it's a similar kind of chair, just a little less technically advanced. But the problem is this section also has the other curtain open that has a flat metal table and multiple body chutes, like in a morgue. It just looks right through to Torpor's apparent morgue. So it's a little bit macabre to look through this, but there is a chair where that young man, like, kind of looks at Torpor, like, scared, and Torpor just, like, waves his hand like he's done with this kid and goes back to his cybernetic patient.
Yeah.
And Mojave, I will allow you to roll.
Ask questions.
I will allow you to roll first aid now, and you'll be working on that young gentleman in the back.
Okie doke. And does this count as the healing test for Quick Healer?
Yes, go ahead.
Cool.
Perfect. You are easily able. This man's. You're able to take the thing off. You do notice that this man's. It was definitely a knife. Something sharp. Like very sharp, like a knife. As it's a very clean cut from the top of his cheek down to his chin. And it's not hard to just sort of pull stuff together. It had stitches, and they're just sort of leaking. So it's a quick, clean it up, make sure it's not going to get infected, pop that bandage back on there.
With a few of the kind words and good bedside manner that this fellow probably is not getting from Torpor.
Oh, absolutely. And as you're finishing up this, all of you are treated to the lovely noise of grunting and a little bit of crying out as the gentleman's... as Torpor hasn't closed the curtain again, just very quickly, efficiently, ripping these bullet chunks out of this man's arm. And is using basically an electric cauterizer to just close the wounds immediately. And he's fast. He does not care about pain. He just wants this patient to be fixed. And then he pulls out separate tools, fixes what looks like some busted items inside the cybernetics of the limb. And once he's done, he pops the 2 tourniquets. The man kind of like shakes his arm going, ah! And Torpor's like, you'll be fine. Now get out here, get out of there, get back to work. And the gentleman, like rubbing his arm, kind of walks past you guys, collects his coat and bounces out. And when he goes to grab his coat and pulls it over him, you can see that the coat has a name badge. He's a bouncer here at the Diamond Stallion. And the young gentleman, Mojave, when you're done, he also runs out with that bouncer as well. You all
Mojave
now...
gives a thumbs up and waves as he leaves.
Gentleman looks confused, but he actually fully waves back at you. And now that Torpor is done, he is just washing his hands and meticulously cleaning his station, and you may ask him your questions.
Mojave just sort of, like, behind Torpor, waiting his turn at the sink to wash his hands as well. Last time we met wasn't under the best circumstances, but Did you know Doc Hugo?
Without skipping a beat, Torpor finishes washing his hands, puts them up like a doctor does to keep the water from dripping back down, dries them on almost like a sterile white towel, and just calmly, of course I did. Adelaide and I were friends for years.
Is that how you ended up like this?
Y'all found the damn found that stupid newspaper, didn't you?
Mugshots, actually.
Asked
She
Mom
trained
to
me,
get rid of that. She what?
She trained me.
Before she died.
She trained you.
Nod.
Ugh,
Earnest expression.
No wonder you have such a sickeningly sweet bedside manner. So inefficient.
Shrugs, grins.
And he doesn't immediately go back to cleaning his thing. He quick washes his hands in the sink again, wipes them off, and immediately starts opening a cabinet, pulls out his jar of what are very clearly eyeballs, and his a wine glass, and it's just like, all right, you have any other questions other than, oh, Adelaide trained you, while I eat my fucking dinner?
Yes. She was clearly dying of something. What was it?
Adelaide wasn't dying.
Well, she certainly died.
No. Adelaide
Yes.
finally decided to leave.
Oh.
And what do you mean by that?
Adelaide always had a weak heart, and I don't mean that in the medical sense. Adelaide couldn't take it. I knew what happened. It was our fault. We should have been more careful. I've accepted it was my fault, and I thought I took the damage for it, but Adelaide couldn't take it. Maybe because she didn't get infected. But I'm the one who pushed her out of the damn fucking room.
Couldn't take what? What
The
happened?
guilt. Oh, God. Telling this fucking story again. He's pouring like himself a glass. Just drinking. It's clearly, the way it's staining the glass, it's clearly blood. He is just straight up eating body parts in front of you. No fucks given. Okay. Me and Adelaide were working on a normal blood disease. A variation of a certain kind of anemia that used to exist a long time ago, but after the goblinization, it started to affect specifically orcs and trolls, and we weren't confused, so started working through that and testing its... I don't know if we could get rid of it. It seemed odd. It was happening randomly. So, in all that, the lab next to us was apparently, without telling anyone, working on HMHVV. Multiple strains of it at the same time. Which is infinitely intelligent, truly. And we didn't know that. So we had a medical emergency in our lab. There was a piece of equipment that, if anything, I don't think I paid attention to it. I left it too long and it busted itself. Started catching on fire. We got the fire out, but the fire prevention system kicked on. Apparently, the other lab wasn't prepared to handle that. And they sealed off the lab. I didn't hear it. Well, me and Adelaide didn't hear it. When we went in there to get to their chemical shower, we opened up the door, broke the seal, and... not an explosion, per se, but a fume hood blew up. And it spread every single thing in that fume hood out into the hallway. At the last minute, I shoved Adelaide into our lab and I shut the door, sealed it. I think 30 of us in general got infected by multiple strains. Turns out, you can aerosolize a bloodborne illness if you throw it around at a high enough velocity.
Incredible.
Yeah, turns out using pressure to test the structure of a magical disease might not be a good idea. You know, it turns out using strictly science to deal with a magical disease might not be a good idea.
You know what she was working on out there?
Go ahead.
Oh, out in the desert?
Yeah.
Herself?
No.
What do you mean, no?
She was researching stuff.
Out in the fucking desert?
Nod, nod, nod.
Shit, what was I talking to my brother about? Maybe she was going up to the surge pools. HMHVV's magical. Maybe she was trying to go for the magic side.
I think
She
she was.
She was never magically inclined. It seems kind of dangerous. Ever since the pools showed up, well, you go too far in, you just disappear. You may never come back out.
Huh.
Morningstar is like staring directly at Mojave.
Mojave is not paying attention because he's too busy staring directly at Torpor.
That's fine. That's fine.
She was looking into those. Them pools. I'll tell you that for certain. I don't think she just gave up. She was working on stuff.
No one but me knew she was out there. So if she didn't give up, I don't know what else could have gotten to her.
She didn't just give up.
Bobber,
Yes.
what do you know about Bloody Mary?
Ah. Madame Richter. Fucking hell. Not too much. Not really my... We didn't run in the same circles. I worked for a low-grade, AA medical company, and she worked for Az Technology. I know her by my bosses now. Current bosses, obviously. You know, the Mafia kind of needs to keep track of... Well, a Mafia like the Loki Sons has to keep track of AAA companies.
In your medical opinion, can you contract anything by going into these surge pools if you are not magically inclined?
I mean, medically speaking, they do form around oases that are standing water, which, medically speaking, are breeding grounds for bacteria. Now, they're weird magical bullshit. I don't know. Magic bacteria? God, I don't want to think about that. Oh, I don't really want to think about that.
Well, I'm going to need you to think on it, because I don't believe at all that Adelaide Hugo just gave up on life.
I think Mojave
live.
will actually start listing the symptoms, anomalies that he noticed but couldn't make sense of back then. Like, well, I, the player, do not have them memorized. He certainly does.
Yeah, no, and you give Torpor the listing, and he listens.
And just making very, just unwavering eye contact, looking for any micro expression that might give any hint of, like, this anything.
Other than the fact you're missing the nail beds, sounds like heavy metal toxicity. I mean, there's a couple things it could be, but I don't know, normally that doesn't set in that fast, but I don't know, she ate fucking thallium.
What?
It's a heavy metal, large quantity of thallium. I don't think it was actually
Why
thallium.
was she eating it?
I don't know why she would eat metal. Fuck. I'm just telling you, medically, as a doctor, that's what it sounds like.
Right. Doctor.
Sounds like heavy metal poisoning. Gotcha.
But she was also your friend, as you stated earlier, and you know her. Why would she be doing anything like that? My mind immediately goes for she's been looking for a cure. For you. And the 30 people that got infected.
I'm the only one left alive.
Well then.
You're not
Me
the
and
only one
she's
infected.
looking-
Frenzy. Frenzy's still alive, too.
Well. Clearly, she was looking for a cure.
I didn't ask her to.
You don't have to when you're friends with someone, do you?
And curing people's what a doctor's all about.
Trying to cure people's what got us fucked over.
Right. But you're still doing it. Even if you don't want to admit it.
Look. I don't got anything else. Alright? I've told you, it looks like heavy metal toxicity. If it's not heavy metal toxicity, I don't know. I couldn't see the fucking body. Got wrapped up real fucking fast by the state and yeeted into a fucking furnace.
Yeah. As suspicious as I thought it was.
I did what I could for her.
A state does that to everyone who's homeless. Adelaide was squatting, for the lack of a better term. Probably got all their medical equipment from that busted-ass facility out there.
You know anything about that, by the way?
The facility?
Yeah.
Really old. Was it Aztec? Yeah. Aztec technology, Magitech. Well, that's what the code name was that I keep hearing. I don't think Magitech fully exists, at least I can't get it to work. Magic and technology do not like each other.
Well, perhaps you can't get it to work because you yourself are not magic.
My brother is. My brother and I have worked for... God. Has it been 10 years? Yeah, 10 years now. Can't figure out how the fuck they're doing it. And we can't even get a loose piece to reverse engineer. I swear they're rigging those fuckers to explode.
I wouldn't be shocked the folks doing it.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
Rigging what to explode?
The Magitech. Half the ones I've heard of. Completely theoretical. One of them was some kind of anchor for spirit to assist in cyber... Well, basically fully cybering somebody. Another one I heard of was something to basically pull a Bunraku, but permanently. You just flip it on and off. And
Gives
then-
meaningful looks to the group, but especially to Cloudy because of Augie.
Right. Oh, also, I do need to put this out there. I realized that, not everyone in our, group or the chat will know this. Bunrakus are basically, in no uncertain terms, prostitutes that have had, something put into their brain where they're basically uploaded with a different personality. And it overrides everything about their consciousness.
Oh dear.
Fucking yikes.
That is a Bunraku. It is.
Yikes.
Sometimes it is people doing it willingly.
Oh dear.
Put that in big air quotes.
Giving meaningful looks to the crew, and just like hoping Jay and T are listening to all this because it reeks of the things we have been involved in lately.
Yeah, Mojave's still just looking torpor, just dead in the face. Just the guy who stabbed me was involved with Magitech thingies.
What?
Part of why we're asking these questions. Yeah.
I got that fucking
Turns
close
out-
to it.
It turns out the person that stabbed Mojave was your brother.
There is a moment of actual shock that goes over Torpor's face. As he's just shaking. And he just looks at Morningstar specifically. Who the fuck told you?
Your mother.
God damn it, Mom.
Don't worry. It'll be a secret between us. Your siblings have a habit of hurting my friends.
I do appreciate you putting me back together.
You're welcome. Fuck. Oh, why did I fucking recognize it? Oh. I Put that goddamn sword on him.
Oh. I see.
Well,
It was a long time ago. One of the first cybernetics I
I
did.
figure. I assume so, considering that also learned that his consciousness wasn't really present. It seems that he is under the control of a very powerful person. I don't know the possibility of his consciousness returning. Your mother considers him dead.
here's the thing: the people who are doing Magitech stuff are real powerful.
I am thinking perhaps this... Was it Benraku? Is that how you say it?
It's Bunraku. B-U-N is Bun.
Bunraku. Okay, Bunraku, that you mentioned. Perhaps something similar done to your brother. Making him quite the excellent assassin. I am assuming that was the goal.
No. There's no magic in my brother.
Well,
Mom knows what happened. Mom saw him. She's right, he's just gone. He's just being controlled electronically. He's a robot. When you lose enough, that's it. Magitech is keeping someone inside. Or you can just use magic, but it's hard to control and that person's normally busted. Look. My brother is dead. His soul's gone. He doesn't have it anymore. That fucking sucks.
it does. And I am sorry for your loss. But that is why we are coming to you with all these questions. Because we've had to tangle with your brother, but also this Magitech business.
Look, Magitech isn't my specialty, okay? I know what it is, and I've tried for years to figure it out. But facility in the desert, that's Magitech. Maybe it still has files. I don't even think they ever went back. They couldn't. It got taken over by Nova Scorpions, and I'm pretty sure some spirits. I think a fucking pool opened up underneath it. I don't fucking know. It's a hellhole of a place.
Well, thank you for your time, Michael.
Ugh. I hate that fucking picture.
Morningstar will proceed to leave to go back to the car. Because everything that she said is true, but is also a threat. And she's like, now I leave. I've made my threat, now I leave. If anyone else has questions, you guys could do the thing, but she's gone now.
While that convo would be going when, particularly on the Banoku part, Jay would say to T, like, dude, D, you getting all this? That sounds a lot like that sick-ass traffic and stuff we've been shutting down. Maybe we're gonna have to crack some more heads.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'll untraffic some kids for relatively free. Adults, you can talk rates.
And yeah, Mojave does linger for... He doesn't immediately leave with Morningstar. Sort of hesitates again and... Ooh. Would you mind terribly if at some point I came back to chat?
Do you mind the way I eat?
It takes a bit of getting used to, but, you were friends with Adelaide. all right in my book.
Sure. Sure.
Thanks.
I'm gonna make you work, though.
I was about to say I'm more than willing to help out. Okay, bye. Grins, waves, leaves.
And
Bye.
Cloudy will head out after him.
And as you all are meeting up back at the car, we're gonna take a break.
Enter mode.
All right, everybody, we are back after that break. When we left off, our entire party had just left after interesting conversation with Torpor. They are all of you are currently in the car after just a good conversation, and you are on to whatever your next destination you would like to have this evening.
Right.
Did we have another one tonight?
Yeah, we
No, I
going
think
anywhere
that
else or
was-
going home?
No, I think that was it. I think we are going home.
Yeah, I got.
However, we do have that job tomorrow, so perhaps some information so we can know how to prepare for it.
Oh yeah, what are we doing?
We don't know exactly what we're doing. We're meeting with the
okay.
Johnson to figure it out tomorrow.
Okay. Cool. I didn't
that's-
just forget something important. That's reassuring.
Mhm.
All right,
Yeah.
let's go home and get some beauty wax.
I need the
Drop
drink when we get home.
We got a wet bar.
Wonderful. The
Smart.
strongest drink you have, I need it. Thank you.
It's
y'all-
mostly synthol, but it works.
Oh my
As
god.
long as it gets, as
think
long
I'll
as
call
it
it
gets
a
the job done.
So y'all headed back to Orchid Heights?
Yes.
You all head back to Orchid Heights. Park in the parking lot, head through. As you pass through the lobby, your favorite individual is sat behind the reception desk. Another can of Febreze is only just slightly visible as it's set behind the desk. He does appear very tired as he seems to be on a night shift today.
I think as we walk past him, I pick up the free breeze can and I spritz him with it, and then I put it down. And I keep going.
You spray him and he kind of wakes up for a second, like,
Mojave grins,
I
waves, and gives finger guns as they pass.
Stay fresh.
Y'all, his villain arc is gonna start at some point.
Poor
We
man.
don't know when. But
Poor
it's
man.
gonna start.
So on the note of his villain arc, I mean,
Oh no, stop! I was kidding! I was just kidding! God damn it!
Eviction notice, harassment of staff.
I would like everyone who has it to roll perception, and everyone who doesn't default on a, I believe it's intuition skill or intuition.
God, he's reaching for a gun.
Oh,
He's reaching!
God. Intuition? Okay. What's the secondary thing? Intuition and what?
Oh, it's a default
don't-
skill, and then put is intuition. It's on your skill set.
Oh, okay. I got it. Oh, where are we here? Oh no, I got a 2. I don't see shit.
Two people have 4s. That is, Jason and Cloudy. Yes. Wait.
And me.
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, yours blended in with your first aid from last time. And Mojave. You all take notice of something that you had not seen before. This individual behind the reception desk, maybe he was not wearing before, maybe not. He has a name tag. His name is Vixie. Vixie.
Pixie.
Should that be relevant?
It's just something you take notice of.
Okay.
I'm adding that to my notes right alongside my Febreze hoard.
Not me. This man is cattle.
This is the man.
And someone might be a bit distracted by that conversation with their mom. And
Super distracted, absolutely.
Yeah.
Super distracted by that and essentially threatening Torpor. Very distracted this evening.
It's a lot. It's been a lot.
With the minor events in the lobby, you all just head up to your condo that you're all currently either staying over at or actually living in kind of scenario. As was stated, there is a wet bar, of course, upstairs. You all are at home and comfortable. The little skittery spider cleaner robots are running around, making sure everything's spotless. There is one who is walking a little bit strangely, but he's been that way ever since Scales messed with his brain. He never did reboot correctly.
I feel so bad about it. I feel so bad. Can I try to help him along? Can I try to see if there's any tweaks to get him back online properly? Because I feel bad. He's not walking in a straight line.
He's walking like me.
He's looking like Mojave right now, and I'm a little worried.
You can go in and I'll give that Jason is very much, I would say, would you say you would give Scales a mark as the owner of these bots?
If she needs something, she doesn't do anything harmful, sure.
Yeah, I want to fix him because he's not skittering like the rest of them.
So, I will let you go into the bot, and before you do any kind of fixing, you'll notice the reason the bot has been acting so strangely is when it rebooted, it loaded up a strange little program and its normal program that's to clean. So the reason it's been so crooked is it's trying to run both processes at once.
Okay. What's the secondary programming?
I would like you to roll me software.
Okay. I got a 5.
As you kind of read through this little thing's brain and go over this software, you find that this little program is built similarly to a sprite. Not exactly, not as complex. But there is a little bit of AI forming in this little bot. And you can tell from the way the program is built, the way the little things are, that you did this accidentally. You made it. You made what's basically occurred as a teeny baby sprite that isn't really a sprite, and it infected the spider bot.
Oh no!
And it is slowly gaining little bits of sentience and overtaking its base programming. By your understanding of AI, it's probably about as smart as a rat.
Incredible.
So it is up to you what you would like to do. You may roll hacking to either delete its main programming from its memory, or delete it from its memory.
Oh gosh. I am going to pick it up and put hands out so it can crawl into my hands. And then I am looking at it and I am inspecting it, and then I will say to Jay, Jason, do you remember first time I came to apartment and I was showing you things that I can do with my abilities? Well, when I did that, I accidentally created little AI programming that is evolving in your little cleaner bot.
What? Wait.
Yeah,
thought
I
maybe we
know.
just had
I
some
don't.
sort of, stuck servo or something. I've been meaning to get around to that.
Okay, well, that's the whole thing. Is that my intent when I had first to show you was just to sort of put it programming on pause so you could see that I could do that. But somehow a little spritelet got caught inside, and now it is evolving into AI.
That's awesome. So it's like a cute little baby AI.
Yes, it's like
We
intelligence
should
of rat.
totally see how it develops.
I did not think you were going to be so cool about this, but I'm really glad that you are, because this is what I'm looking at now. It is programming that you have already in it, that is cleaner programmer, right? And then it has this little AI program in it, and they're both competing at the moment, which is why it is walking funny. I can delete cleaning program, which will allow it to have just the singular AI programming in it, and it will be able to move around again. But it has about the intelligence of a rat at the moment. But I can also remove the AI should you not want it.
I can totally build myself another cleaning bot. Do you think I should build a different body for the little AI dude?
Perhaps when it evolves some more, perhaps a body transfer will be helpful, but at its current AI, I think it can only really operate about this size.
Oh man, that's cool. We should name him.
What do you want to name him?
Oh, I don't know.
It hasn't identified what it is yet, so
maybe we should wait.
Let's wait. We wait. Would you like me to get rid of cleaning protocol?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, I will get rid of that. What do I have to click to get rid of the cleaning programming?
Hacking. It'll be very easy difficulty. I will give you a hint.
Okay.
The other one would have been a lot harder.
Yeah, I figured. I've got a 5.
Oh yeah, no, it's not hard to delete the cleaning program. It is wiped from its memory, and the AI now fully takes over the bot. And you kind of watch as the little bot in your hand, it kind of jitters for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of moves every little leg, kind of like it's recognizing where it is.
Mm.
And it kind of looks up at you. And as you are in its head, you will see that its little program in the Matrix smiles at you.
I love it so much! It is my favorite thing ever!
Mother, what is my purpose? What is my purpose?
Not to be dramatic, but I will destroy nations for this little creature. And I will place it on my shoulder.
Oh no.
Like Mojave,
It
she's
is now
looking back
mine.
and forth, no idea what's going on, but sees people grinning and is grinning right along. Y'all seem happy, that's great.
The little spider bot, when you put it on your shoulder, it kind of does its little servo clip and clamps down gently, but enough to hold on, and just sort of sits there and views the room, almost like it's taking information in.
Yes, he is my best friend and I love him so much. Love it so much. I don't know what their identity is yet, so I love them so much, and I just
As
keep
you
them
say
on
that, it jumps off your shoulder, goes
Oh Lord, okay.
skittering over to the kitchen, climbs its way up onto the countertop.
Where Cloudy is busy mixing a couple drinks and just stares down at this spider drone.
Yes.
Be
And,
gentle, he is delicate. It is delicate.
It starts walking around, and it's scanning every bottle, the bottles Cloudy is using, and then looks around. And then it steps on a lime kind of for a minute and goes, it gets stuck on it, and then it really looks at it. Then it scans the bottles again, and it lands on a bottle of green melon liqueur. Midori. And it just starts tapping that bottle over and over and over and over again, tapping on the word.
Midori? Is that
Little
what you would like to be
Midori!
called?
And it just starts jumping up and down with its legs.
Midori, that is your name. And I will pick up and I will give smooches and I will put on shoulder again. I love him so much!
As you lift
My
it, it
favorite.
is like holding in one like little pincer type thing. It's holding a lime and it's pointing at Jason, like trying to get Jason's attention.
Jason will like pick it up.
And it points to the lime with one leg, and then it's hard because its servo's not really meant to do this exactly, but it bends and does its best to tap itself. So it points at the lime and then taps itself.
Lime?
It wants lime?
You are a fruit.
And it kind of like gets down and like
Dory
shakes
lime?
it shakes its body.
It feels so dumb.
Mojave's just gonna pick up the lime, sort of offer it to the little thing.
As you're offering it like reaches out two things. It taps the rind of the lime, and then taps its own head, and like does a little
Nod.
weird rubbing motion.
Nod. Mojave understands.
What is
Midori zest?
It does this little like body roll onto its back and twitches its legs a little bit, like almost mimicking like dead, and then spins back up on its upright, and then just like looks around like he's desperately looking for something to use to communicate.
If I
Does it want a new body?
is this thing asking to help us like juice the lime or something? Because that's what it seems
in
like.
Its head, because I'm already in its head since I like hacked into it. Am I gathering more information?
Sure. Could you do me a favor and roll software for me?
Okay.
Because it is not as specific as it would like to be.
A tree.
With 3, you see a series of numbers and the word hex. So hex and then a series of numbers and letters.
Okay.
And it's repeating it.
Magic? Okay, I will write down the series of numbers and letters and then the hex part.
Midori
And-
Green.
I share with group and I'm like, he's trying to communicate something with this in particular. Series
What are
of
you guys
numbers and
doing in
letters
here?
and hex. Making magic bots.
The little
I
bug
was-
thingy's got a brain now. I think. Is that what's going on?
Yes. He is AI now. Or it is AI now.
The little bug thingy's got a brain now. Is Midori.
Yes, we are calling them Midori. Something with the lime. Hex. Is it because it's seen you do magic with making random things out of household items?
Okay, I
Did
need
you
someone.
write down the hex.
Okay,
What?
common sense
Yeah.
coming in here.
Help me.
Most people in this room
Wait.
who have a brain. Hex,
Yeah.
followed by the number sign and a series of numbers and letters, is a hex code commonly used for
Yeah,
colors.
I know. No.
Colors, yes.
It is
Midori
repeating
Green.
No,
over and over again a specific color. A
He
very
wants-
specific
does he
color,
want-
actually.
Does he want to be this color green?
I
It
think
starts
so.
dancing. It starts jumping around like it's fucking ecstatic.
Do,
love this bot so much.
Do you want
Yeah,
to
it's-
like cut off just a
Can-
little bit of lime and balance it on top of Midoriya's little hat?
You
Um,
like put it on its head and it's almost like looking at it as best it can, and he's like, why is this on my head? But he keeps balancing it. Like he's walking confused. Like, you know when you put an item on a cat's head and they do that weird thing where they have it on their head but they're backing up and like doing weird, it's doing that.
Yeah, Mojave nods again. This is clearly what the bot wanted.
I'm gonna take off the lime piece and say to Jay, could you perhaps do like a paint job over him so that he can be this color?
I was just gonna
Or that
suggest.
they could be this color.
So, Jay's gonna get himself a copy of that hex color code, and he wants to take Midori to his little workshop, and then just give the little dude a fresh coat of paint.
Yeah.
I will let you do that for free. And
Yeah.
the color it comes out to is, in fact, lime green. Specifically, it is the slightly darker on the rind.
I love it.
And
I
the
love it so
minute
much.
the minute you finish the paint job, and it's one of those ones where he's like standing still because he knows he's drying, and he's really excited. So he's like jittering gently. And I'll give like this is
It's like swaying, almost stick bugging.
oh yeah.
Yes.
And like I'll give that just to give it we're gonna say he dries impressively fast because it's a very simple surface and you have an air dryer. Fuck it, because this is cute. He bolts off the table and pops all of his legs in, goes rolling down the stairs, and then pops out and like does a little pose.
Madara, you look beautiful! This gave me so much serotonin, y'all don't even know. I am ecstatic about Midori.
Oh yeah, no, Midori's adorable. However, Cloudy just kind of sitting there like, you know when people are like super obsessed about their bird, and you're just kind of like, yeah, sure, that's totally sane. Yeah, great.
Don't be jealous.
That's basically his.
You can't make AI.
Yeah, no, like his trying to be super happy that they're happy, but he just doesn't. He doesn't get it.
Yeah,
doesn't
Mohamed
get
is smiling along, completely bewildered.
He's on his phone ordering dinner since apparently Jason's doing this instead of cooking dinner, which is fine. He's his own man, but he's hungry.
I grab one of the drinks that a Cloudy made, and I am drinking it down, and I am like playing little games with Midori, and just generally very happy.
It was originally going to be some other kind of martini, but all of a sudden it's a melon martini because things were pointing at melon bottles. So hey, there we go.
This is delicious, Cloudy. Thank you. And I'm like playing, you know, the finger football game. I'm like doing that with Midori.
while you're all sort of enjoying it, Midori like does play with you for a minute, but then like an actual fucking Roomba just goes by, and it just looks at the Roomba, stops, and then jumps on the Roomba and just rides it.
Nice.
This bot is mine forever. I do not care. I love it so much. Yes, so very happy and just watching it do its thing and is sipping the martini happily.
Bewildered.
Yes, Pixie, if anybody would like to make fan art of this bot, please do. I am encouraging you to do so. Please and thank you. Please and thank you.
As the GM, I will happily make fan art of this bot.
Yes! I'm so happy. Okay, yes. However, yes. So I think like once Morningstar has, calmed a bit from the general joy that they're feeling, there is sort of a moment of realization. And she will go over to Cloudy and say, Cloudy, I know that I promised that I would not get more involved with these things, but it seems that we are far more, well, we as in at least myself and Mojave are far more involved and connected to these things than I originally thought.
Yeah, you are. I said I would help you with your family things, and by the looks of it, this isn't your family thing, so I'll help you out anyway, but Jesus Christ.
Well, that is why I'm bringing this up, because I appreciate your help, I do, and it is clear to me that you are a very skilled mage. You could help by quite a bit, but I will also understand if you think it is too much and no longer want to be involved. I will not hold it against you.
Claudio get like real serious for a second and said, "I told you I made a promise. I'm going to stick to it."
Okay, because that's a huge relief. I was really worried that you were gonna instead be like, okay, cool, and like leave. But I'm very glad that that is not the route you are taking. But also, we've been doing so much of our stuff that I'm supposed to be also making good on promise.
When things die down a little bit, and Mononongal is not about ready to rip our heads off, because we killed her lieutenant yesterday, maybe we can get back on Bloody Mary's trail a little bit. Give it some time, get some like normal ass jobs without the family drama and the force spirits and the ghoul spirit pools out in the middle of the Sahara.
Yeah. Mojave Desert.
Middle of the Mojave.
Yeah.
Okay, I will still keep lookout if you would like. If you have any information that you would like me to look into, let me know. Could be something that I do in the interim before we get involved really with anything.
I don't know what's going on, but I'm also here to help. Just in general.
Wasn't there a thing like this morning with a big old red square being intimidating or something?
Oh, that's right. So we put out the video, right? And then there was an immediate response. The response was
So what? No.
delicious.
Do not look up anything. Do not look up anything to do with any of this, please, for the sake of all of our hides.
Oh, I understand. You think that I leave trail. I do not. So it will not come back to us. But my point is this. Anything that you would need to look into that can be found perhaps on regular matrix search, from there I can find at least pathways to look deeper. But I do need at least a starting point. I know that we both share as technology best. As technology, they do leave a trail, whether it be hidden between the lines of news articles, but they exist. Especially when it comes to Bloody Mary. I have some more information about her, and Oscar, which is Mojave Spirit's brother, but I can wait to divulge that information if you would prefer.
Well, a thing I would ask you to look into, if you have the time, is as technology's various workings in this city, including Bloody Mary's, and if we can get a lead on it to hypothetically, I don't know, kill her, or get information on her wrongdoings that we can spread around as blackmail, that would be great, but that is a long-term project. We will need to be very, very careful, because as technology is a massive goddamn megacorporation that will come down on our ass like a ton of bricks if we misstep once.
Yes. Well, then I will divulge this. And I'm obviously not trying to keep this conversation just between me and Cloudy, so whoever's in the room could hear it as well. I saw an article when I was looking into the doctor that Mojave mentioned earlier. Apparently, Oscar Falcon and someone under the pseudonym Miss Tulip, which is Bloody Mary, are opening a biodome, a garden of some kind, in Las Vegas, set for 3 weeks from now. Her trade is botany. And we learned from Jormungandr earlier today that it's sort of her thing to make essentially monsters out of blood spirit stuff and her knowledge of plants.
So you're expecting she's gonna make some kind of bloody spirit or bloody plant spirit? or something
I
similar?
means
Plant
perhaps
monstrosity thing? Oh boy.
it is quite a possibility. At the very least, what we understand about how she does her magic, she requires things to bring forth the monsters of some kind. And what better place to have a whole bunch of specimen than a grand opening for a biodome?
And if Oscar's involved, that's not good either.
Yes, his.
Because usually when it comes to blood spirits, that blood is coming from sentient creatures. Usually. Sentient and sapient. So if you're thinking, oh, that's gonna be some shit. Jesus Christ.
Yes. That is 3 weeks from now. I have already taken steps to perhaps find a way to get us into said party, should we choose to go that route. But that will, of course, take some time. Again, this party is in 3 weeks from now, so there is most certainly time. However, that at least lets us know why she's in Las Vegas, which she left for 3 days ago. I have suspicions, just with the connection to Oscar, and Oscar's connection inevitably to Mojave. You can see where my train of thought is going, right? Mononangol spots Mojave. I would not be surprised if now Oscar knows Mojave is alive. Or who he thinks is Ollie.
Mojave
Fuck.
is quiet and pensive, having had the same thought.
So, blood spirit, as technologies, and the mafia are actively looking for all of. This is. It just still gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
At this
They
point,
know we are in this locale.
I really
They know.
am just counting the days I still breathe.
Yes, unfortunately. And because of work we've done, kind of counts for all of us. What we learned from Torpor about this Magitech, I am 100% certain that has to do with the way that Augie ended up being.
Mm-hmm.
It has connections to Bloody Mary in that particular lab, to which Torpor spoke about Magitech things being done there. There are surge pools to which Mojave was born from. Do you see how tightly the web is woven?
That's pretty tight.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Alright. Well, we might need to get into that party then, in order to keep from another massive blood spirit on our tails, just from...
I mean, it's the thing, if we don't show up, they're gonna show up for us eventually. If they don't show up for us beforehand.
Gotta get past Vixie first.
Vixie? Who's Vixie?
Didn't you fail to see that?
He also lives here!
Did I fail to see it?
Oh,
yeah.
shit. Yeah, I thought you did.
You-
He
get
also
past
called
the
him
first.
cattle.
Yes.
That's why he's the front line. That's why he's the front line. That's the sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Oh, you're just gonna... No.
Fucking hell. Alright.
Yeah, get past the front desk. I ain't letting nobody up. Look, they'll come to the desk. He'll spring with Febreze, do his little nose curl thing. They'll blow him away. Ops are here.
I mean, either way, it's not looking great, you know.
No. If you can get us into that party, be appreciated. Because by the sounds of it, we might need to at least look into this before it goes tits up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, if,
Because it's going to go
If-
tits up.
if
Like that
Oscar's
is how
involved.
this is going to go.
Yep. Yep.
Yes.
All right.
Also, there is the problem with Jay's father, which I don't know where things are in that place yet, but there is that. Would he be invited to such kinds of parties?
I'm pretty sure my dad doesn't have anything to do with Az technology. I don't think they get along.
Oh,
This was a biodome. What specifically did that entail? Because unless there's like biological weapons hidden there, there's no reason for Ares to get involved.
I
don't
don't know. As far it's the way they are marketing it is that it is garden, grand opening garden. You know.
Yeah.
Any other further details, I am not sure. I am just saying that eventually we will have to deal with Jason's father.
It does strike me as a little bit funny that suddenly Ares Tech going after Jay might be the least of our problems.
It is the least, but it is the least, but it is still a problem. You understand?
Oh yeah, that's why I'm laughing.
When an exec of a AAA is the least, yeah, no, that's
why I'm laughing, because otherwise all there is to do is curl up in a ball and wait. So I'm laughing instead.
No. He'll go ahead and hold up a drink and be like, "There's more than one way to deal with that," and goes ahead and takes another sip of his drink.
Sort of snaps acknowledgement and just raises glass.
And Chloe raised a toast to living another day. And
Takes deep drink.
So each
takes a
sunrise,
deep
let's
drink.
hope we get another.
Mm-hmm. Did we want to discuss anything else tonight? I think we're good. Cloudy's good. Cloudy's good to just drink for a bit.
Yeah, I think that's it. At this point, we're just vibing.
Yeah. Mojave's radiating the faint gratitude that he has not been kicked out for the number of people after his head. But other than that, no, he's just vibing.
Once T's food arrives and people start drinking, he takes his stuff and he goes into his room.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. That hurts me so bad. Oh my god. I want to say something, but I don't think it'll happen.
As he is heading back to his room, I'll go ahead and pass him a glass. It's up for him to take it.
I got a soda.
Oh, I hate it. I hate it so fucking much.
And then tops off my drink and goes around topping everybody else's.
Drink so heavily. It's just like, god damn it.
Jay will bring tea, a glass with ice, and like some rum at the bottom of the glass with a little umbrella. And it's like, here for your soda.
Thanks.
Yeah, man, no problem. Enjoy.
Morningstar's just dying on the couch. Just like, no! It is my fault. Just guilt drunk tears from
Just his synth sirloin noodles on his bed, drink his soda out of the bottle, put that glass in the kitchen later.
Oh.
I hate it so much, you guys. I'm never gonna be able to fix it.
Time. It's been like a day.
Drowning in their guilt. I hate it so much. I'm going to strangle Starry Eyes. Yeah, I think eventually Morningstar will go to bed feeling a little sad. Just hides under blanket with Madari just like on top of her head.
Oh, he's happily just like he happily goes into his charging cycle.
Yeah, just like with cats.
I'm gonna give
just perches on
that. Like as you were leaving, as you were going to your room, he was on the ground and he was literally like with like part of his body clamped on. He's pulling the cord of his charging bay over to your room, trying to drag it because he can't pick it up. It's too big. So he's just trying desperately to like bring his charging beta over to you because that's his bed.
Eventually, I will see that he is struggling with this wire, and will pick it up for him, and then help him plug in and put on my head.
Once he's plugged in, he will happily lay down to charge, and he makes that cute little like I don't know, I guess almost like the way Windows used to shut down, just the noise as he shuts down.
My fucking heart. Yeah. So we do the guilt sleep now. We just go to sleep sad and feeling guilty for hurting our friend. Yeah.
Everyone heads to sleep.
Mojave just crashes on the couch that night. Just reasons.
That's perfectly fair. With everyone headed to bed, I would like every single person to roll composure for me.
Oh, I hate it. What are you doing? Okay. Where's the composure button? Oh.
Jay. Oh no.
Oh no, Jay.
Oh no.
Rolled a lot of ones.
Hold on. How many?
No, only one,
okay,
but the rest are not great. It's not good. It's what we'll
Jay,
say.
as you lay in your bed, I'm so happy this is you.
I hate it.
The alcohol flows into you, and it affects your dreams. And you have a little flashback. A memory that you didn't like and you didn't want to remember. The night you left home. There you were, sat in your mother and father's home. You had recently had a vicious fight with your father. Basically stating that you didn't want to make the things he made. You wanted to be able to find that limit. How far could drones go? How much could we actually do? Why do we have to follow the blueprints they make us follow? Because your father's an engineer, not R&D. Now, after this fight, your father, in a spout of anger, destroyed one of your favorite little drones. Your mother comes into your room and tries to calm you, but it doesn't really work. So that night, you make that decision. You decide, I'm leaving now. Oh, hold on. I'm not allowing a reroll for this one, but Jason, you have a banked reroll for later.
Oh, okay.
Just mark that down. You got a banked reroll from Shiv. As you pack up your tools, the things you can get a hold of, you make your way quietly out of the house when everything is dark. You know where every security camera is. You know where every one of your father's security drones is. It's easy for you. You leave, get out, head down to the car park. You've taken something from your father. Nowadays, you kind of forgot you had it. It's a security key. A high-level security key. That can open almost any Ares vehicle. Can unlock almost any Ares security item in this building. So you head over to a very secure building. You swipe your key. You take a Lynx, 2 hover drones, 2 spy flies, and you pile every single one of them into a smaller vehicle. Not your vehicle that you have now, but you leave. and you feel a flash in your memories. Something that's bothering you. The night you met T. The night you two were at the bar. The night you two got your car. You had that security pass, swiped it, threw yourself into the Roadmaster. Where is that key card? You don't remember. And you wake up, sweating at about, say, 3:30 in the morning. Something's bothering you. You don't remember where that key card is. And it scares you because that key card has your dad's name on it. That key card can only come from one place.
I gotta find it. Can I, like, tear my room or shop, like, kind of workshop apart looking for it?
Absolutely. I will let you roll perception. If you don't have it, that is a defaulted intuition.
That's a glitch.
I will use that reroll.
You may use that
Shiv
reroll.
gave me.
Better than a glitch.
Not a glitch.
You search through everything. Can't find it. And you search your room, you search your workshop. Roll a memory test for me. Perfect. That night was insane. You remember that. You gotten in that argument with that security force, that Ares security force officer. He was a dick. Absolute asshole. You just got in that fight. You weren't really expecting T to, jump out to try to help you. You also weren't expecting T to, paint the pool table in that bar with this man's skull.
Aggressively defend me, yeah.
Yes. You go bolting outside, and you quickly realize that tiny car you used to shove all your drones in, it's not going to work. But hey, security officer showed up in his own vehicle. You're rushing. You're desperate to get that car open. You remember it. You remember being pushed around, shoving everything in. And you remember when you moved that lynx, it activated, knocked your bag. Everything scattered on the floor. And you rushed to grab everything. You missed it. That pass that signified that you were there, you left it in front of that bar when you stole the car. They know. They know.
Damn it.
Boy.
That must be why they're plastering us all over the TV and shit.
And you are able to do whatever you like for the rest of the night. No one else has any form of nightmare or sleepy dream. You all may have a lovely rest and waken in the morning. Jason, you may do whatever you wish with the rest of your evening. Or I should say early morning.
I think Jason would try to take like a sleep aid and then go to sleep. Maybe
Try to
take a
get
sleep
those-
aid and chase it down with a shot.
Sleeping
I mean,
pills
if Mojave, as I said, he did pass out on the couch instead of going to bed because reasons. He can mix up something for Jay. Sleep
Would
aids are
Mojave-
in my repertoire.
Would Mojave be awake?
Mojave, roll
I mean-
perception to see if Jay throwing things around wakes you up.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask.
About the time Jay starts yeeting half of his fucking workshop across the room, oh yeah, you jolt awake on the couch, you can hear things getting thrown, you see some cleaner bots skittering down the stairs.
There's just that half second of panic. Are we under attack? It's all over. I'm gonna die. Before, oh, okay. Sort of wanders over like, what's going on?
Oh man, Mojave, I fucked up. I had this like really high level key card that I sort of borrowed from my dad, and I just realized I hadn't seen it in like a while, and I got looking for it, and I think it just hit me. I think I left it back at that bar when T and I picked up the Roadmaster, because the last time I remember having the key card is when I unlocked the Roadmaster.
Huh. Yeah, that don't sound great.
Yeah, once I got into it, I like reprogrammed it so it was my I had the lock and shit, but I lost my master key, man. My dad's master key.
Well, I don't reckon there's any chance we can find it now. It's been a while.
It's been like weeks, maybe like 2 months or something. They track those things. Well, maybe it's better that I don't still have it in case they can track it. But I mean, it's still a breadcrumb. It still leaves them a trail.
Sort of looks around at the overturned workshop and just sort of glances at whatever window. You know, Jay, it's real late.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep tonight.
We can fix that.
Yeah, you got something?
Yeah, I got stuff. Give me a minute. Yeah, I would like to mix up some sleepy juice from a good friend Jay.
Alchemy. Make sure we've switched it back to what it used to be, since I did that little special test earlier.
Yes, I did that immediately. What do I click again?
Once you've switched everything over, just alchemy. Given that this is just middle of the night, I'll just let you make sleepy juice.
Yeah. Yeah, just mix up some, the mysterious liquids I got in my bag.
You make some Benadryl.
Just pass it over to Jay.
Thanks, Mojave. I appreciate it. Jay just downs it.
Yeah, no worries. Now go to bed before you fall over.
Jay heads to bed.
Bobby just sort of looks around at the trashed workroom again. Shrugs. Ingredients back in the bag, back to the couch.
Once you're able to do all that, you go to bed.
I think Morningstar, when they wake up, they do their kind of morning routine things before going into the kitchen and is probably like having a soy orange juice or whatever, and sipping that while looking out at the sort of skyline at the porch, kind of taking note that Mojave didn't sleep in their room, but rather slept on the couch. But doesn't like disturb them or anything. I think if anything would go over and like put a blanket over them. And then
Mojave just sprawled there, hat over face, just one arm dangling off the cushion.
Yeah. Just cover, blanket, and then we'll kind of be out on the balcony there, sitting on one of the chairs, looking out on the skyline, kind of contemplating all the things that they've learned, beginning the project of trying to start the process of forgery, essentially.
Let's see.
T spends more time than usual in the weight room that morning.
He's working out them
Question.
extra frustrations.
I have a question.
Yes.
Because Morningstar does still work out. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being painfully awkward, how awkward is it in the weight room?
I mean, do they usually talk when they work out?
No, but the vibe is usually amicable, like while they were working out, since previously they were friends, and then now Morningstar's like, we might not be.
It's the same. Just you're using that machine, he's using this machine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
he's no
okay.
different.
Okay. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, but however, normally, you guys leave about the same time, and he just stays in there.
Ooh, that hurts. Okay, yeah. Well, she's not gonna say anything because he's a man of action, not of words. So she's like, I will leave him to his thoughts, I guess. And then yeah, she'll be out on the porch.
How's everyone else getting up this morning?
Jay is sleeping in a little bit, but when he wakes up, he'll take a shower, go through his morning routine, and then he'll start cooking breakfast.
Yeah, Mojave will just wake up once people start moving around. Just sort of chill on the couch where he slept. Just, very little difference between being awake and being asleep, except now his eyes are open and he's just, letting the world go by.
Makes sense. Cloudy.
Nothing unusual, but did we have a time for when we were supposed to meet up with the Johnson?
You know what? As you wake up this morning, you are sent a text message basically giving all details. Tonight,
Okay.
you are meeting at a place called Casino Eclipse, and it is going to be at 8:30.
Okay.
All you'll need to do is give the name Blue to the front desk. They will take you right back to where the Mr. Johnson is.
Okay. I'll go ahead and shout down from the loft. Hey, Morningstar. What's what was it called again? The place we're going to?
Eclipse Casino.
Eclipse Casino. What's the dress code?
I will look this up.
Yeah.
On
I'm not
Google,
even going to make you do a matrix search.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those ones where looking at the dress code of a place is not difficult. It is... It's not, like, high class, but comparatively to the other casinos in Fun City, it is definitely... You should probably wear blouses and at the very
So more
least business
formal.
casual.
Okay.
Yeah.
So more on the formal end.
Yeah, it's a much
Um,
nicer place. It's actually near the water.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so Morningstar quickly looks that up and then sets their juice aside and then says, from what it looks like, the place is near the water and tends to be leaning on the air of very formal. The least you can get away with is business casual.
Oh, what?
Out of all
We
the
should all have
places
something
at
for that.
Fun City, at all the places at Fun City, it is the most high class. So,
I think I know a guy who works there.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that is good. We have someone that's already on the inside. I don't have any formal clothes.
Okay.
We can always go shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Claudio, go ahead. Let's go shopping.
Okay, but we have to find something that will accommodate. I have a very large tail.
A blouse and like a skirt should do you just fine.
I'll say the last time I dressed up nice, I got covered in blood. So I don't know if it's even worth the effort.
Well, I think that's the whole deal, is we can't go in if we are not dressed for the attendance there. And we have to get inside, so you have to look the part.
Like Claudia will just ask, how do you feel about skirts?
To who? Who are you asking?
Looking directly at you, because you're kind of like, oh, my tail. I'm kind of
Oh,
blouse on top,
Oh, Mojave, how do you feel about
and dress
skirts?
on the bottom, so that way there's a little.
I thought you were asking Mojave. I was
He
like,
thought about it.
No, no.
Actually,
I
my
wouldn't got him
style,
his
you know.
Yeah.
I've never worn a skirt or dress, so
Dress to complicate that whole tail thing a little bit, maybe.
yes.
Actually, it might not.
I've never
Actually, it might
worn
not.
these type of things. Okay, well,
No time like the present.
I also don't have like feminine body. You know, it's very. I'm a snake, you guys. I don't know how this will look on me.
Scales is a rectangle. In fact, one of the few things you'll notice between Scales and her mother's top half was way more like feminine leaning than Scales' entire existence.
Yep.
Scales
Okay.
is
Alright.
If anything, Morningstar is thick in the sense that they are all muscle. So like, those are the curves
And
they have,
like-
is that they're
and like-
primarily muscle.
And Scales normally goes like the I wish to hide away in a massive hoodie kind of chic. Is that the kind of thing
Yeah.
you're going for? Yeah.
Also, like, even when they wear things that are more like form fitting, it's like athletic gear leaning. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So got a question
Also,
for you.
they're
Did you want
6'7", so tall as shit.
Did you want to try going for the slacks? Like that'll even be tougher to go with the tail than the skirt or dress will be.
We'll have to make it. We have to accommodate tail. It is thick and large, and she like holds up her tail.
So skirt or a dress, the thing for it to skirt on out of. Yeah, because otherwise you got a belt and this other. Yeah, no. I got you.
Scales,
I understand.
Wall Scales is holding up their entire lower half as when T will join them.
Just
Talking about skirts and dresses.
yeah, holding up tail.
Nice.
Yeah. And my tail is. How long did we agree my tail was?
Your tail basically doubles your height.
Yeah, so
So it's like
what is it, 12 feet?
long? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 6'7", 12-foot long tail. So, is there a dress in existence that can hide this tail? I don't think so.
Hide it? No. But you usually don't hide it anyway, do you?
I do. It is always wrapped around the waist while wearing like a larger thing to cover that up. So I just look like Thickums.
So where you won't go with a pencil skirt. We'll go with something a bit more longer and billowy.
I don't know what those words mean. I know what they mean individually, but I do not know what they mean together. So you'll have to just show me.
You guys going shopping for clothes?
Yes, I
The place
don't-
remaining the Johnson is apparently something fancier, and Scales doesn't own a dress.
I still feel it's bad luck. Last time I dressed up nice, I got skewered.
Yeah, but then you're not going to be able to go inside, and I would rather not be separated from you.
Makes a bit of a face, but says nothing.
If you want to join us astrally, I guess that can also work, but then you'd be
So
somewhere.
look turns to slight panic.
You will be a lighthouse if you do that, so maybe no?
No.
Yeah.
We're getting
I
fancy clothes.
Don't want to die today.
I got athletic gear and then the jacket, so I don't mind waiting in the car with Mojave.
You're going to need fancy clothes too, T. We're all going in
if his
together.
going in. But usually everybody at least comes along to at least like know, so the Johnson knows who's on their job.
I don't know that I want to spend 1,500 new yen on 11 square miles of fabric for my frame.
That's
To
not how
maybe
much
get a
it's gonna be.
to maybe
The troll upcharge is not that much, and that's basically what you're doing, but less.
to maybe get a job that might pay 4 digits. I got $3,000 for Augie and 8 kids.
Listen,
I
we
don't know
can
about
go
that.
back and settle that, okay? We can get more for that. It was a huge job. But guys, we have to go in together, okay? We have to. They have to know who is on job, and I do not want us to be separated from each other anymore. In a place like Fun City? Are you kidding? No. We can't be separated. Plus, you don't need to get like a whole...
You're
You
gonna
don't
need
have to get
something
the whole
fancy
penguin
for
suit.
later meets anyway. Like having that in
Right.
your wardrobe isn't bad. Is not a bad thing.
You don't need whole
Johnson.
like penguin suit. You just need
What's the
like a
Johnson
fancy.
gotta know? There's a trog with metal arms. What punch good,
Was a penguin?
right?
Oh, it's just a like slang term for suits because they're like white and black like penguin.
Hmm
What's a
Uh,
penguin?
These
Oh,
these are
penguin
the general.
is animal. I forgot.
Oh,
I will project a penguin onto the TV screen with
God.
my abilities.
You are a
Find the
witness.
nature channel.
You are witness to whatever the fuck that one penguin is that has the black feathers that look like a bow tie. I forget what it's called.
Yes.
But that one.
I do too.
Oh,
But they show it on like nature channel.
bird.
Yes, that is penguin. It lives in super cold area.
Staring at it, marveling at the funny-looking bird.
Looks
Right,
like
you don't
a person in a tuxedo.
Right, so we don't need tuxedo. You just need to at least be business casual. So, nice clean pair of pants, nice shirt, and a nice jacket. That is something that you can do, and it won't cost like 1 billion new yen either.
Okay, so we basically just dress up like a penguin.
no.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm wearing? like he has like his little button-up shirt and slacks. Like this is all we need. This is all we need. We don't need like super mega fancy. You can get this for like 100 new yen at your local Mega Mart. Like it's fine.
Come on, let's all go shopping.
I'm
and
just
get
gonna
close.
say if I get skewered a second time, I'm never gonna get over it.
Don't put the energy out there, okay? My gosh, gonna manifest it. Just stop doing that. I'm holding Madari, by the way.
Oh yeah, he's just he just like two little nubs hanging over your arm, just excited to be there, just like I'm here.
Yeah.
I love this.
I
I'm
love
alive, guys. How y'all doing?
What a mood!
I just adore this little robot so much. I just keep this little baby so close.
He goes off and gets a shower and gets dressed.
Ah, victory!
And I'm gonna put, as everyone is preparing themselves for the shopping trip, that is where we're going to end today. Thank you all for playing. Thank you all in the audience for coming to see us and hang out with us. I will give the thing... Shiv, go find someone to raid. And while we go in order of... Most likely to own a penguin suit. And let that meaning be whichever one you want. Cloudy, who are you? And why do you exist?
Hello there. I am Lord Rodan. I play Cloudburst or Cloudy here on Monday nights. I exist to have fun and guest appear on other people's streams because I don't do any version of that on my own, and I don't need to because I have fun anyway. Hey.
And because he's passing out and I want to get him done right now, our lovely Jason, who are you and why do you exist?
I'm sorry. I'm Noskavian. I play Table of Horrors every Friday as Barry Bean, and I play Shadowrun every Monday as Jason. And I have friends that write books. Hold on. Our very own Daybreakathon writes these two books, Wordbreaker and Windswept. Windswept. And then I have another friend who writes this book called Obelisk, The Long Dream. Here is the QR code.
Alright, and then T103, who are you and why do you exist?
Hello, I'm Slippery Nos. I stream here on Twitch, my own channel, middle of the week. Probably going to be more The Long Dark this week. Monday I'm here as T103, obviously, and on Fridays I play VTM here as Slip from Clan Nosferatu. So that's probably clicking for some people.
Morningstar, who are you and why do you exist?
To force my friends to wear penguin suits. Hi everyone. I am the Risa Rave. You can find me all over the internet as the Risa Rave. I am here obviously on Mondays as Morningstar. On Fridays I'm here as Acheron the Samitsi. You can also find me at Lanyap Gaming, where we do all kinds of games. Currently, we are on a content break, but you can see all of our past endeavors on the YouTube channel. All our VODs and live streams and everything are on there. And that's about it. I have spicy stuff, links in the links. if you want to check that out, but please do be respectful, or else I will, or else, or else.
And whatever that else is, I'll help.
Yes.
Mojave, who are you and why do you exist?
I exist to ask stupid questions and invent stupid answers. Hi, I'm Daybreakathon. You can find me here and now being Mojave, doing that stuff, and elsewhere at the Vampire Times as Hatfield doing those things. Aside from that, I have written a couple of fantasy novels that Noskavian is kindly holding up. Worked very hard on them. Check them out if you have the time.
Links are in the chat.
Yes, links are in the chat. Click them and read things. It is very much appreciated. Aside from that, I did the character art for the characters who have art, and my commissions are open if you'd like me to do some art for you as well. When I'm not doing this, that, or the other thing, I am streaming over on my own channel. And that is my dog's cue to come running and say hello. He loves you all. Heart hands, heart hands.
And I am the Cosmic GM here on Monday. Truly, my true name is Softonomicon. I am Softonomicon on every social media I have. Also going by, obviously, Cosmic GM, Allfather Softy, and whatever the fuck you want to call me while that tentacle is coming for you. I, here in Tale of Horrors, obviously, I run Shadowrun, and on Friday, I am Ebony on Oxford's Ashes. I am Shiv's Hedgehog husband. What else do I do? I have my own channel where I variety stream video games and artwork. I am an artist. Commissions are open. I drew my own personal model you see talking right now. I have a Patreon where I am currently making a coloring book known as the Periodic Tables of Monsters. Table of Monsters. And for me specifically, I believe that is everything. And I also just saw the links come up in chat. I am also second in command here on TOH, and I want to say thank you all for joining us, and check out our links, join our Discord, merch stuff, and all of our lovely friends here who will always come back and be here, and we're a loving family. Please join us. We're very happy to have everybody. And then, I think I've done everything. Shiv, please start the raid. Or put that raid in start while I figure out who's going to say the ending line.
I just gotta say, I cannot stop thinking about, like, just picturing T-103 wearing a literal penguin suit, like, dressed up as the animal penguin. The image is in my head, and it will not go away, and I just cannot stop thinking about it.
Fan art of T-103 dressed as a penguin, go.
I guess fuck it. That was our last thing. To have fun. Go, Shiv. Send it, Shiv. Send the raid. Go raid. Let's leave.
Send it. Get out of here.